Alle Guten, alle Bösen folgen Deine Zauberbilder Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your night in Athens last night. Welcome to day 2 of the IP Enforcement Summit. In case anyone's joining just for today, I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Dave Keating. I'm a journalist based in Brussels covering EU affairs. I'm your master of ceremonies for the events that we have for this summit. Again, a reminder, the summit is being hosted by our host country, Greece, where we are right now, and by 4 organizations co-organizing the summit: the Greek Market Control Unit DEMEA, the Hellenic Industrial Property IP organization OBI, the EU Intellectual Property Office EUIPO, and the European Commission. So yesterday, at the first day, we had a lot of really interesting insights into the changing world of IP right now. Some of the main themes that I think we hit repeatedly yesterday were the difficulties caused by increasing e-commerce and how much that has made more international parcel delivery and therefore a more complicated situation when you're looking at enforcing IP rights. In particular, we heard yesterday about the difficulty when an importer doesn't have a legal entity in the European Union to challenge on legal grounds if there has been an identified intellectual property violation. We talked about the laws that are on the books that are maybe not working very well. And we also talked about the difference in terms of resources between different countries, that some countries pour a lot more resources into customs enforcement than others, and that has resulted in a kind of piecemeal approach within Europe and the wider world when we're looking at IP enforcement. And then speaking of the international situation, of course, a global phenomenon is artificial intelligence. So we talked yesterday about whether AI is an opportunity or a challenge when it comes to IP rights enforcement. Because on one hand, as we're all aware, AI is creating all kinds of copyright violation fears because just take a text, a ChatGPT type delivery. You don't know exactly where the sourcing has come from, and people have raised concerns that their intellectual property is being used in AI output. And of course, we have the videos that we've all seen online that seem so realistic, creating all kinds of worries for people being able to protect their IP. On the other hand, AI presents new tools to use to identify counterfeit products. So we heard on the first panel yesterday, we saw an example of how AI can identify through a photo, through an online post, whether an item is a counterfeit item. And I think in the end, what everyone concluded yesterday was the jury's still out, whether AI is on balance going to be a help or a hindrance in the fight against piracy and IP theft. And finally, we talked about public awareness. There was a very interesting breakout session about influencers, social media influencers, and whether they can be more educated or more sympathetic to the issue of IP rights, particularly in the products that they promote. An interesting thing that we stumbled upon is as the influencers become brands themselves, they're going to have intellectual property that they want to protect, their own faces, maybe their own merchandise, and that can definitely make them more sympathetic to trying to protect the IP rights of others. So all in all, really interesting day yesterday, and we're in for more interesting discussions today. Just a reminder, 2 housekeeping notes. In a case of emergencies, the exit doors and stairs are clearly indicated with green signs throughout the venue, and if you need any special assistance, don't hesitate to contact staff in the room. And as a reminder, data protection is a priority, so please take a moment to review the data protection slide that will appear here now.
Any personal data related to the organization of this meeting is handled with accordance of Regulation 2018-1725 as announced in the privacy statement previously provided to attendees during registration.
So, With that, let's get started. We're going to start with a fireside chat with these fine folks here lined up next to me. I'd like to turn over the floor now to Andrea Di Carlo, who is Deputy Executive Director for the European Union Intellectual Property Office, EUIPO. Andrea?
Thank you very much. Is it working now? Yes. Thank you, Dave. And good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this fireside chat that is focused on a critical topic that I would say is at a crossroad of digital commerce, consumer rights, but as well brand protection. Over the past years, we have seen a number of the major e-commerce platforms step up their efforts. They are improving detection systems, tightening as well seller verifications, investing more in collaboration with brand owners, right holders. These actions certainly are significant and of course deserve recognition from our side. Yet, I would say that counterfeits continue to reach consumers, often even without their knowledge. So the online environment continues to evolve very rapidly, but so do tactics of those who profit from selling fake. So this means that we must continuously adapt, improve, be more effective in our cooperation. And of course, what's particularly concerning in my view is that, as I was saying before, many of these counterfeits get to consumers without them knowing that. And of course, there is as well the other challenge that is young generation. So the Gen Z especially is quite challenging the respect for IP. And this, of course, brings a number of risk for the health, safety, but as well, of course, when there are products like toys, cosmetics, medicines, of course, this is particularly relevant. And this is, and as it came up in various sessions in this conference, the importance of awareness raising. We'll talk a little bit about that as well in this session, but of course it's very important to raise awareness consumers. They need to understand all the risks that are linked to counterfeits. They need to know how to avoid those risks. And at EUIPO, for example, we have just launched a campaign, as we do every year. This year, our campaign that is always in collaboration with member states' authority focuses on sensitive sectors like food, wine, spirits, where of course fakes can have real consequences for the health, safety, but as well, I would say, economic consequences for the local economy. At the same time as well, there is legislation is evolving, so the Digital Services Act is certainly I would say, the flagship initiative in the EU to make digital space safer and as well to bring more protection for consumers. So today conversation brings together two very important points of view in this debate, and I'm very, very pleased to introduce you the speakers of today. So I would like to introduce you first to Matthew Passier, the Vice President and Head of Global IP Enforcement of the Alibaba Group. Thank you very much, Matthew, to accept the invitation to participate in this debate. And Karen Giesel, the Director of the European Consumer Center Belgium, which is part of the European Network of Consumer Centers. So I would like you to start with an applause for our speakers today. They will bring certainly different point of views, but as we have seen as well in some preparatory chat that we have, I think quite a complementary point of view as well. And together, that will help us to better understand what's working, what's not working, how we can strengthen cooperation to better protect consumers, that I think is where we all have to aim to. Okay, without further ado, Matthew, the first question goes to you. As I was saying in my introduction, of course, despite all the efforts that platforms like all the Alibaba Group did for all the platforms, we see that consumers still frequently buy counterfeit products. So what Alibaba is really doing to stop counterfeits from reaching consumers, and especially there is a point that I think is very important, what kind of support you can give to consumers who unknowingly buy counterfeits?
Thank you. Good morning. So I'll break that question down to really two questions. The first is, what are we doing to try and prevent consumers from even having the counterfeits come up on their searches? And the second part to that is what are we doing if they were to actually buy a counterfeit, how do we support them? And I'll break it down in those two ways. The first, and I think there are a number of e-commerce companies out there that have adopted policies that go above and beyond the legal requirements of most countries, which is to have a notice and takedown program and not to be willfully blind to your proactive enforcement if you see something that's up on your sites. For Alibaba, there are really four stages or four pillars that we go by. I've got there in 2016, and these four pillars have been in effect at least since 2016, and they grow every year, especially with new technologies. Before getting into the pillars, the first part that's very important is the vetting of the sellers. This is actually a very intense process at Alibaba, and when they're selling branded products, it goes up another level in terms of the vetting process, and I can talk about that a little bit later. But the four pillars themselves, we'll start with the proactive pillar. Usually I start with the notice and action, but I think here, since so much of the topic is around AI and technologies, we're using AI as well. We are actually a producer of AI. Alibaba is an e-commerce and logistics company, and we're a cloud and AI company. So we really are at the forefront of using artificial intelligence, learning language models and the like. So we'll use these advanced technologies, optical character recognition, which has been around for a long time, real-time monitoring and interception, to proactively monitor what's on our platform. And we will go ahead and, based upon what these learning algorithms have amassed over long periods of time and lots of data, take off our platform what we consider to be infringing, or at least there's a high indicia that this is infringing material, whether it be counterfeit or just a trademark, patent, copyright, we'll take it down. We take down far more proactively off of our platform than we do if you combined all of the rights holders' notice and takedowns together. So proactive is a very big part of our pillar. That's the first one. The second one would be our notice and action, or notice and takedown, as it were. So the rights holders are constantly coming onto the platform. They're in our systems. We have over 600,000 rights holders who are sharing with us their notices for takedown. And we have two very robust IPP platforms where people can go on to register their rights. And we will enforce across trademarks, copyrights, patents. We're an evidence-based system, so we don't say you can't enforce on this IP. Of course, any IP, as long as we have the evidence. To give an example, across most of our large platforms, you'll find that we will action within 24 hours of receiving a notice from a rights holder. And that'll be, the listing will come down in most likely in 96% of the cases within those 24 hours, oftentimes less. And that would move to the third pillar, which is the offline investigations. You could stop at your online, the edge of your platform if you want to, and go no further than taking down the listing and engaging in proactive enforcement. But Alibaba, a long time ago, took a lead in this area, where we will go after the manufacturers, the suppliers, and the distributors offline. We have a lot of data. We'll use that data working with the rights holders, working with law enforcement authorities, and we will go after the source. So a lot of times we'll be, over the years, hundreds and hundreds of cases that we referred to law enforcement, and that's translated to hundreds, if not thousands, of arrests over the years of people who are engaged in hardcore manufacturing of counterfeits. A lot of this we've been doing in China, but we also do this relative to bulk buyers across and around the world here in Europe as well. And that would lead to the last pillar, I would say, which is the collaboration pillar. Obviously, coming to conferences, working with all external stakeholders, whether they be government, so big, large associations, and even, of course, all the rights holders in academia. We have to push the envelope, and I'll just give an example of that. Alibaba formed many years ago something called the Alibaba Anti-Counterfeiting Alliance. And so what we said is we're not good enough just thinking and talking to ourselves about how we can get better. Sure, we're an advanced data company, we have technology, we can do a lot of things. But if you don't have the brain trust of the people who are your external stakeholders, especially the rights holders who know their brands best, you're really at a loss. So we brought together 30 founding members. We now have just under 1,300 brands, many of them international names, international household names from Europe, the US, and Asia that come together under this alliance to help us make our system better and for us to help them get their education out there about their products. And that leads me to the second part of the question, which I'll go through quickly, which is just what happens if a consumer does buy a counterfeit? We hope that won't be the case, but obviously it's going to happen. At any given time on our platforms, we have over 5 billion listings. Okay, so even if the counterfeits are a very, very small, infinitesimal number on your platform, if you have 5 billion listings, that means there are going to be, of course, counterfeits on there. Every e-commerce platform, social media, chat apps are going to experience the same thing. For us, of course, a consumer can report counterfeits. They can request refunds. We have a process. I won't go too far into it, but for example, AliExpress, which has been a focus in the Digital Services Act, you would have 15 days from receipt of the product to initiate a refund. Usually the buyer will get in contact with the seller. If they run into any problems at all, they can then contact Alibaba directly, and the refund will take place within 1 to 10 working days. That's very important. But if we talk about the DSA just for a minute, even though we'll get into that a little bit later, I do want to just address that in the DSA, under Article 32, platforms are required to notify buyers in the previous 6 months when they remove illegal products, including confirmed counterfeits. And of course, Alibaba, AliExpress in this case, is compliant with that as well. So we have a lot of resources out there. The last point I'll make on this is education, in the respects that we were trying to get the consumers to be aware that they have a role to play and that they can be educated before they buy the counterfeit. So we have what's called pop-up museums. We've done them all over the world. We've had more than 70 or 80 rights holders participate, and we've had over 10,000 participants come through to learn educationally how to distinguish between the counterfeit and the real. And we've also put up 17 videos which have had over 1 million views by consumers on how to avoid buying fakes.
Okay, thank you very much. So clearly, Karen, and now I move to you. I mean, Matthew has explained to us all the effort that they do, but again, I mean, now it's important to hear from the perspective of consumer center, so somebody who is in contact with consumers, supporting consumers. So from your perspective, what are the most common harms or frustration, I would say, that consumer report when they face counterfeit goods? And especially, I mean, I think for them it's difficult sometimes for this when they are confronted with these big platforms, and when something happens, how to go after that. As well, there is the cross-border marketplaces that sometimes make it a bit more difficult. So for you, what are the biggest protection gaps that you can see from the perspective of the consumer that you support on a daily basis?
Okay, thank you, Andrea. So the ECC network, it's a network of 29 ECCs co-funded by the European Union, and consumers can contact us when they have an issue with a cross-border purchase. So when it comes to solving issues, they can already come to us, so we're one of the parts of the solution. But in fact, if we look into our data, we have very few cases on counterfeit. It's like less than 1%. The few cases we have is when the package is stuck at customs and they get a message from the brand owner, or when they buy something online and they see that the product does not correspond completely to what they expected and they want to check if it's counterfeit. And we also have a lot of cases on C2C sales on second-hand platforms. But we, of course, do have a lot of cases, like 80% of our cases are about online purchases, where the consumer did not receive his package, or it's a defective product, he wants to return the product. And of course, especially when it comes to drop shippers, fake web shops, there are a lot of counterfeits and non-compliant products in there. And the consumer doesn't know, and in fact, we don't need to know either, because we just need to solve his issue. We just need to base ourselves on the consumer rights. Can we get in touch with the seller? Can we get a return, a right of withdrawal? So this is what we do, and consumers are frustrated, I can tell you. they feel they are a victim somehow of a scam. That's why I often say that we should put our hands together with general scam fighters, because for a consumer it doesn't really make a big difference. And so he's a victim of a web shop which he trusted, and often it's with the extensions that are the country extensions like .be, .nl, and also on platforms, because platforms, they think it's a safe place to shop because they can always turn to the platform, and they're often frustrated when they cannot. And also they are frustrated about the lack of enforcement powers of everybody. They think that there is a button that you can put sellers or web shops offline. I would love to have that button, but I don't. But
Well, now, of course, in all this universe of consumer protection legislation, there is as well, I mean, in part, the DSA that as well is there to protect more consumers, to bring more transparency, accountability. So do you notice, because, of course, with the DSA, there is as well possibility for consumer organization, for consumers themselves to have some action. So do you notice that this is making a change, or there is awareness about DSA, or, I mean, are you informing consumers about that?
The DSA, of course, it's a very important piece of legislation which indeed needs to create a safe and transparent online environment for consumers. But for the moment, I have to say that we are still taking like the first steps on it. We are still figuring out how we, as ECCs, can use it in our day-to-day work. And of course, we have information on our website. We are training our case handlers on it, and collaboration is something that's also in our DNA. So we're reaching out to the coordinators, the national coordinators, to see how we can collaborate, how we can solve issues. It's also, which is unfortunately, the DSA is not part of the CPC regulation, so that makes it also a bit out of our scope in that sense. But we really have high hopes, and then I think it's especially the implementation of the DSA by the platforms, especially for the part where they are going to look into the know their business customer, transparent information, because consumers often don't know who they are buying from. So this is something that we really look out for, and yeah, the options for the consumer also to notify on issues, that those procedures are in place. But for us, for the moment, we have other relevant pieces of legislation like the Consumer Rights Directive that is our help.
Thank you, Karen. So that was the point of view from the Consumer Center about DSA. What's instead from the platform perspective, of course, still early days probably, but for you, Matthew, the question is, after the implementation or with the implementation of DSA, is still business as usual for you, or you have to implement new processes, different actions in order to comply? And of course, we know that now you are very much involved into this DSA implementation. So what's your perspective on this, without entering too much into the technicalities?
Yes, Andrea asked me to cover Article 17, 20, 21, 34, and 35 over the next 5 hours. So we'll order in food. But look, obviously, you know, the good news is if you have a very robust IP protection program, there are things that need to be adapted, but not necessarily invented. Alibaba was designated, well, Alibaba has many platforms. The platform when we talk about DSA is AliExpress. AliExpress was designated a very large online platform, VLAP, back in of April 2023. And so as of September 2023, we had the obligations to start and apply what was necessary. So I think what's important to note is that AliExpress, perhaps unlike some other e-commerce platforms that are first going through the process now, we've already went through our first full cycle of DSA compliance already, and we're already towards the end of our second full cycle. So Look, I'm going to just go kind of briefly over some of the things that when you have an already advanced program, some of the things that we've had to do to tweak to make sure that we're compliant with DSA. And now without going through all the articles, some of the big broad categories would be risk assessment, an annual formal risk assessment and mitigation exercises which are implemented, transparency reporting. So we have a public report now every 6 months for AliExpress. For all of our other platforms, we actually have it on a 1-year basis. For notice and action or notice and takedown, this is an interesting one actually because under the DSA, it's a requirement that users have 6 months to contest content moderation decisions that negatively affect them. This is Article 20, but if anyone that's been involved in this area knows, most rights holders and the e-commerce companies, at least Alibaba, is actually trying to do this within 24 hours, not to keep it open for 6 months. So we've spent considerable time, crafting a balanced process that gives effect to the DSA, but also incentivizes the sellers and the rights holders to resolve the disputes promptly, instead of waiting for the 6 months period of time. And we've also, pursuant to DSA requirements, we also have made it our notice and action process much more user-friendly by updating specifically our counter notice process and fully integrating it into the IPP platform. The last two I would mention just quickly, statements of reasons. For those that don't know what this is under Article 17, and that basically provides platforms provide clear statements of reasons for content moderation decisions. And for us, this is most commonly referring to the removal of IPR infringing listings. So what Alibaba has done is we've implemented policies to allow for the removal of listings that we determine are not in the interests of our platform or community. So even if we can't tell for sure, for certain if something is a counterfeit, we're able to actually move on it and take it off our platform, being that it's not in the interests of our platform or community. And lastly is dispute resolution. So this one actually was a little bit new to me, so I had to learn it myself. But we've begun responding to complainants who submitted claims to certified out-of-court dispute settlement bodies in order to resolve disputes relating to content moderation decisions. The issue with this has been that we haven't been getting complete information upon which to act. So we've suggested the introduction, because we've been through this process, but we've suggested the introduction of a standardized intake form for these out-of-court dispute settlement bodies to use that would allow, for example, for the URL to be listed so that we can take action. This would cut down on the complaints and would also allow similar complaints to be submitted and adjudicated together, which would be much more time efficient. So a lot of things are taking place around the DSA. A lot of things are taking place as we speak. If this conference were held next week, I would have a lot more to report in terms of what's happened in this second comprehensive review.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Well, then I understand, of course, DSA, we are in the first steps. Certainly we have to monitor the implementation of that, but I mean, there are a number of things that can really help in putting more accountability and as well transparency. Now, one aspect, very concrete aspect for you, Matthew, of course, we have said and you have said that there is a lot of sophisticated technology as well that you put into this effort to block counterfeits, but there is especially one aspect that you often hear when you talk about these things is the fact that there are repeat infringers that basically they go to a platform, they can be blocked in a platform, and then they go to another platform. So, I mean, this concrete aspect, how do you prevent repeat infringers from returning under new accounts? Because I think this is a very clear issue that needs to be addressed.
Yes, a lot of that comes down to proactive monitoring. I'll take a step back. So we have a lot of proactive monitoring tools. What's important to understand is that the proactive monitoring tools are also based upon what rights holders are submitting into the system, right? Because these are learning algorithms. We're not experts in the brand. The more the brand's put into the system, the better our algorithms are learning that this is a counterfeit, this is infringing. whether it be patents, copyrights, trademarks, what have you. You know, we have over, I mentioned earlier, over 600,000 brands, rights holders that have accounts that are submitting to us throughout the course of a year. And I mentioned earlier that we're taking down most of those proactively outside of the 600,000 rights holders submitting to us, and we're taking down many multiples more than what's submitted to us. And that's usually taking place 95% of the time on our major platforms. It's taking place, us removing it proactively, is taking place before a single sale is made to a consumer. Right? And this is important. You can have proactive algorithms, but if they're kicking in after the consumers have bought thousands, if not millions of products, what's the point? Here we're doing it 95% of the time before a single sale is going to be made. AI, you know, this is, yesterday I heard a lot about AI. I heard it called the kiss of death, maybe. But I think that what we're going to see in the future is the battle of AI. And this gets to your question, Andrea, because it gets to how you deal with repeat infringers. So kiss of death, in some senses, yes, it's going to be easier to go ahead and create IP that infringes. It's also going to be easier to help defeat our algorithms, the repeat infringers. On the other hand, some folks made comments yesterday, and I agree with these, that the AI is supercharging analytics, efficiency, accuracy, pattern recognition, predictive analytics, and counteracting nefarious activity and predicting nefarious activity of illicit actors. All of that is true. I would say that we have been for a very long time using machine learning as a subset of AI to analyze large sets of data through the company, not just OCR and consumer feedback semantics, but a whole host of data that we look at across the board. AI can also be used on for the infringers, because what's happening now on online platforms are the infringers, and someone mentioned this yesterday, are basically using AI-generated images to exaggerate or distort reality. And so we have rules in place saying that's not allowed. Well, you can have a rule in place, but if you don't have AI in place to now find the AI that just created that, you're in trouble. So of course we're implementing AI on that basis as well. Repeat infringers, like most online platforms, the common rule out there is a 3-strike rule. You'll find that across many e-commerce platforms. So if you have 3 counterfeits, 3 strikes, much like American baseball, you're out of the game, and you know, you lose your store. But you know, you're not allowed to open new stores. So what happens? These people try many different ways to open up new stores. If it's one of our Chinese consumer-facing platforms, we have the national IDs of all the sellers, and we're able to do a lot of work in the backdrop. It gets harder on the international facing platforms because you don't have the national IDs, and not necessarily. And now you're working off of a lot of the business information, and you're looking at whatever the bona fides are to see, are these people legitimate? And to keep them from coming back on the platform and to keep nefarious actors off the platform who have never been on the platform, you have to use technology. AI is doing everything we talked about before and helping us do that. To give you an example, we are rejecting tens of thousands of sellers every year that are attempting to sell on the platform because they're just red flagged by our algorithms, by the AI, as bad actors or potentially bad actors on a number of different fronts.
Okay, so Karen, are you convinced from all this explanation that he gives about the effort of, I mean, this sounds all very good and actually is good because as I was saying.
Her answer is yes, Andre.
Yeah. No, but actually if we think about a few years ago, I think there has been, as I was saying before, an effort, but from the consumer center. I mean, would you like to challenge that in some way? Or?
Well, I think 3 times 3 chances is quite a lot, but if you're very sure that it's before they start selling, then maybe it's a bit more comforting. But I was wondering, is there any collaboration between other platforms then? Because if they get 3 shots at your platform, 3 shots somewhere else, and maybe they just passed and they start selling, is there any collaboration that you exchange on these bad sellers?
Yeah, actually, that's a great question. So let me address the first part of that, which is 3 strikes. People hear 3 strikes and they're like, well, why is it not 1 strike and cut off the head and then they're gone? The industry standard has been 3 strikes for quite some time. On Alibaba, we do have we have many platforms that are business to business, business to consumer, consumer to consumer. Most platforms have 3 strikes. Taobao and Tmall, which I'll explain in a minute, has 1 strike. And the reasoning behind that, Karen, is because not every person who sells, not every seller who sells a counterfeit is a nefarious actor. Of course, I come from the government before private sector, so I absolutely want to, go for the head immediately. But what you learn is that there are sellers who are not like us in the room. They're not IP experts or sophisticated in this area, and they actually do need an educational process on what to do and what not to do. So if you have escalating penalties against them, which we do, they learn. Believe it or not, many of them, the vast majority learn they cannot do this activity, and they adjust their business model. So that's a good thing. You want them to be able to sell legitimate product. The other thing is you can have a seller who sells thousands of products that are legitimate, but into their chain became something that was counterfeit unbeknownst to them. And you don't want to immediately eliminate their entire livelihood and their stores, but you want to put them on notice as well. So not everybody is out to be that nefarious actor. So there is this educational opportunity out there for them. As far as collaboration goes, I'm going to be careful in answering this question just because there are NDAs involved here. But let me answer it this way. Yes, there is a collaboration between Alibaba and other very large e-commerce companies. We are the first in the industry to have done this, where we got together and we, being fully compliant with antitrust and the like, we are able to put into a database anonymously our bad actors that we find on our platform. The other platforms then have the opportunity to look at the bad actors that we've flagged, much like we can look at theirs, and then decide how they want to act on that information. That might be added to the algorithms as alerts. It might be offline investigations. So there's a lot of ways that that's happening. Unfortunately, it's not happening across the e-commerce industry, but it is happening with Alibaba and at least 2 other companies.
Very good. And actually, just a thought about that perhaps as well. Some enforcement authorities could become interested now to this list. But now we have to close because we are about to consume all of our time. But before closing, I would like to ask you a very specific question that is the following. If you could implement one change, only one, in the current situation, could be a regulatory, technological change, or in the way we collaborate, what will be your choice and why? Yeah, start from.
For the last probably 6 or 7 years, I've been ringing the bell everywhere I go and saying, one of the largest threats that we face, forget putting aside the battle of AI in the future, but what we've been facing, if I could address one single thing, it would be to get more external stakeholders, particularly the government, involved in what's happening with hidden links. And I'm just going to briefly say what that is for folks that don't know. As the e-commerce companies become more sophisticated and have become more sophisticated in throwing bad actors off the platform, the bad actors have turned to social media and chat apps. And what they do is they go on to, you name any social media site or any major chat app, and they'll put links in there. And they're not hiding it. They'll say this is a hidden link group. It's easy to get into these groups. And the purpose of this group is so that you can buy something off of this e-commerce company. Let's choose AliExpress, since that's one of Alibaba's companies. And if you click on this link, you're going to get any of these counterfeits that you want as long as you put in this code. But what Alibaba sees on their side is nothing but a green shirt, a pair of pants, or a rocking chair. So when we look at our algorithms, spend tens of millions of dollars on algorithms and AI and everything, we are only picking up the generic product. There's nothing that concerns us about that being counterfeit. But there are billions of sites now, links across social media and chat apps and third-party websites that are coming back to organized crime and very nefarious actors that are now bypassing our algorithms. And if I could change one thing, Andrea, on all of this, is that the social media and chat apps have become the Wild West. It's been like that for a while now. They're marketplaces unto themselves. And we keep focusing on traditional e-commerce companies, but there's not enough focus on the social media and chat apps as to the hidden links groups. And until there's no point in hitting e-commerce companies over the head if all the bad actors have to do is go to a social media or chat app and bypass our sites. There are people who are getting involved, and we've had great discussions with EUIPO and lots of law enforcement agencies, but there hasn't been a massive concerted effort done. Bob Barchese is somewhere here. Oh, there. The International Anti-Counterfeiting Coalition started a new group called the Marketplace Advisory Council, and one of their aims is to curtail these hidden links groups with Facebook and others who are sitting on the co-chairs with us. But much more needs to be done in this space.
Thank you, Matthew. So hidden links is certainly one of the focus as well for the future, and perhaps one of the subject for future gathering. But it's not only about talking about that, as you were saying. Something need to be done, even if the efforts that we have said about platforms, has to continue. Now, this has to do as well, and it's really the closing question, has to do with education, with awareness raising. So from your perspective, the same question. So one thing you could change, what would you change?
Yeah. Somehow we're a bit aligned because I would go for the holistic approach of the EU e-commerce toolbox. A swift application of everything, and the awareness raising and education is part of it, of course. So we do have education and awareness raising, but it has its limits. And for ECCs, we mainly focus on our cases. So we will look into the gaps that we see in our cases, and we will make information campaigns about it. So the ones that are contacting us are maybe older people, not the young consumers. They buy unconsciously, so what they need are tools. A good tool to search to know if a website is of confidence or not. So we have the web shop check, for instance, in Belgium, but like a good tool to check it before, that would be really great. And of course, big campaigns to consumers, and then especially young consumers who don't want to hear it, that's difficult. And I already did it because I participated some years ago in the I'm Not Fake campaign in Belgium, targeting especially young consumers. And we said it already yesterday at the breakout session on IP. IP is not sexy. Well, consumer rights are not sexy either. And it's very difficult to convince them because, in fact, they want to buy counterfeit at school. They want to listen and believe influencers. So it will require really a very specific approach to really reach them. I was even thinking that maybe you could reward these young consumers if they notify about these kind of platforms of hidden links. Maybe that would trigger them. Because the education, these youngsters are also drop shippers. So it's like they are on the both sides of the thing. So for me, education is very important, but holistic approach, and to make EU a safer space to shop online, it would be also to stop the non-compliant products before shipment.
Andrea, I would just add one thing, if I can. The hidden links, they're purposely buying counterfeits. These are consumers who want to buy counterfeits. And the vast majority of those are your people who are teenagers and in their 20s, because it has become in vogue. It's fashionable to buy super fakes, super dupes. And until that educational mindset changes, and there was a lot of focus on that 5-10 years ago, the focus seems to have faded. And now this new generation is actually seeking out in many ways, and I believe the EU Commission put out a report showing this. So that educational process, I couldn't agree more, Karen, is very important.
So thank you very much. I think from this conclusion, we have tried to be concrete on few things that we can follow up. Of course, we understand that technology, AI, can be certainly helpful in all this. We have to continue the efforts. Hidden links is a phenomenon that needs to be addressed, but I guess even a bigger challenge is what Karen said. We have to make IP sexy for 20 years old. So good luck, everybody. And with that, I would like you to, again, give a big applause to the two members of the panel. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Andrea, Matthew, and Karen for a really interesting discussion, especially at the end with those super dupes. I think, as you alluded to there in the end, it's a challenge, I think, to try to convince these teenagers, young people in their 20s, to think differently about fakes and about counterfeits. So, as I said, this is an internationally focused summit, and right now is going to be our most international panel of the three. So, on this panel, we're going to talk about overcoming cross-border challenges in global IP enforcement, including for SMEs. Because we know, as we've discussed a lot so far at this summit, it can be really challenging to try to deal with IP rights issues across borders, especially when you can't find a legal entity to take it up with in your own jurisdiction. So on this panel, we're going to focus on effective solutions for enforcing IP rights across borders, emphasizing dynamic legal tools and coordinated international efforts across jurisdictions. We're also going to explore how to best support small and medium-sized businesses in this context, because of course they don't necessarily have the resources and the money that a large company would to be able to enforce their own intellectual property rights. You think of a small company, a small designer, a one-man band, and they see that their intellectual property is being counterfeited from China, and they just don't know what to do. So we're going to talk about what they can possibly do and how different agencies, how the EU could possibly help them navigate this very tricky space. So I'd like to call up our panelists now onto the stage. We have with us here today Nathalie Berger, who is the new Director for Competitiveness Coordination at the European Commission's DG Grow Department. You can all come up and take a seat with your name tags. We have Andre Correa, Executive Secretary at the National Council on Combating Piracy and Intellectual Property Crimes at the CNCP in Brazil. We have Brigitte da Costa Villaluz, Director General for the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, IPO-PHL. We have Subhashis Chowdhury, a think tank member of the Committee Against Smuggling and Counterfeiting Activities Destroying the Economy, Cascade, of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and the IPR Committee in India, the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Then, finally, we have Seng Khonshin, who is Director General for Intellectual Property Protection and Intellectual Cooperation Bureau at the Korean Intellectual Property Office, KIPO. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. So as you can see, we have all corners of the world covered here on this panel. I'm going to start, like the last times, with a question to you all in the audience. This one is multiple choice, so again, you can use Slido to answer this question. The question is, what is the biggest barrier to effective cross-border IP enforcement for SMEs in your region? So it's not that one on the screen, but that'll be up in just a second. So you can, again, use the code IP enforcement on Slido to answer this question. It's multiple choice. Your options for the answers are legal fragmentation, costs, lack of awareness, limited enforcement capacity, or lack of coordination. So I'll come back to this later in the panel and see what you thought was the biggest barrier. So Natalie, let's start with a question for you. As I mentioned, for SMEs in particular, this can be quite tricky. And so I wanted to ask you what the European Commission is doing to help navigate this in the context, of course, of the rising trade disruption that we're seeing all over the world, the global uncertainty. SMEs are facing increasing challenges generally, right? But in particular, in protecting their IP abroad, especially across diverse legal systems. So how is the EU stepping up its support to help them navigate this complexity? What role can IP play in helping SMEs scale up their businesses? And could you spotlight some of the tools that the Commission has? I know there's the SME Fund, there's the IP help desks for helping European SMEs. How are these making a difference?
Thanks a lot. Thank you for these questions. Oh, can you hear me?
Let's see. One second here. There you go.
Okay, it works now?
Yes.
Great. Thanks a lot for these questions, and I think it's so important to focus on SMEs and IPs for SMEs, because in Europe, SMEs are really the backbone of our economy. And we can see that SMEs which own intellectual property have a very much improved probability of developing. I mean, we have a whole strategy on startups and scales-ups in European Union, in the single market, and we really want to help them to strive to develop. In order for them to strive and develop, first of all, to have access to financing and to develop on the market, they need to have IP protected rights. For that, we are providing support to have an easier access to the protection of IP rights. So we have set up in place what we call the SME Fund, which is a fund that we implement together with the European Intellectual Property Office, our agency, to give them money to have an easier access to the protection of their rights. That's the first thing. We're also looking into how to help them develop to have an easier access to finance. And there are a number of actions that are being put in place by different instruments. We're looking into the possibility of activating guarantees. We have a huge fund in the European Union that is called EU Invest, with a very, very strong potential to give them guarantees. We have direct investments, notably by the European Investment Bank, with provision of equity capital to venture capital in order to facilitate venture capital investments in SMEs to develop the IP rights, etc. That is extremely important. Then there is the international aspect. And IP plays a strong role in our international dialogues and in our international agreements, in our free trade agreements, etc. We have IP enforcement dialogues, and we use these IP enforcement dialogues and the trade negotiations with our global partners in order to advocate for a stronger and a more harmonized enforcement system across the borders, so that the investments of SMEs receive really adequate protection globally. And then there is the third aspect, or the third angle, which is to support the third countries, or some selected third countries, through EU-funded programs on technical assistance and international cooperation to strengthen the protection and the enforcement of IP rights. And we have developed these programs in a large number of regions on the globe, so I can mention Southeast Asia, Latin America, China, Africa, the Caribbean, South Korea, Japan, Moldova, and Ukraine, so very, very largely. And there we really try to contribute to avoiding market access barriers to our SMEs. So we're also thinking of the international development of our SMEs. And we want to act to prevent unfair competition from counterfeiters and infringers who would otherwise undermine the interest of our SMEs. I can also mention tools like the EU Counterfeit and Piracy Watch List. The latest one was published on the 22nd of May, in which we do identify a number of marketplaces where IP enforcement remains problematic, and then we try to square the circle between the identification of the marketplaces, the problematic actors, and our more general commercial relationship. You already mentioned the help desks. So we have the support that is provided internally, and there again, our agency, the EUIPO, plays a crucial role, and all the activity on the help desk internationally. So you see, this is really an integrated strategy. We want to support, facilitate, first of all, access to SMEs to IP rights, because having IP rights will help them having a better access to the market, will help them better developing internally in the European single market and with a view to external development. And we're working on the international context and international enforcement as well.
Great, thanks, Natalie. So let's move from Europe to South America. Andre, you're coming from the CNCP in Brazil. So we know, of course, that online counterfeiting knows no borders. Brazil has its national plan for combating piracy, which places a strong emphasis on online counterfeiting. How are you guys working across borders and across jurisdictions to block and prosecute offenders, particularly given the surge in cross-border e-commerce?
Well, thank you for the question, Dave. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, my colleagues. It's an honor to be here talking a little bit what are we doing in Brazil against IP crimes. And first of all, first thing I have to say, at the border have two sides, and there is a strong connection with what happens in the borders and what happens in the e-commerce market. And CNCP is a forum. It's a committee that gathers together more than 200 entities from public and private sector. And it's formed in 2005. So since then, Brazil believes that only with integration between private and public sector we can move effectively against those crimes. We know that society have a not very good vision about IP crimes. So this coordination between public and private sector is essential. And well, especially in the last 3 years, we changed the approach of CNCP to become more an intelligence organization rather than just a forum to discuss IP-related crimes. And that's was only possible because we received and treat a lot of data and knowledge coming from the industry and transform those information in intelligence. And we strongly believe that a good public policy it's only possible if it's subsidized by intelligence. And from my personal perspective, the question is responsibility and trust. Responsibility from e-commerce platforms and social networks has become a huge market, and trust in what the industry have to give us, especially data. So the last bigger operations that CNCP has done was only possible because industry bring us the problem, the right way to approach the problem, and enough data to advance. And well, to work with industry is sometimes complicated because, of course, we know that we have different interests, but we have found a lot of convergence between public and private sector in Brazil. Also, about the borders itself, we have been working with EUIPO in the context of Mercosul to incentivize the creation of other organisms, other committees or councils that bring together private and public sector. Again, we strongly believe in those in this strategy. And DCNCP itself has two ways to act, I mean, against IP crimes in the e-commerce market. First of all, we have administrative notifications directly to the e-commerce platforms demanding the removal of the content. And we began with individual URLs then we moved to entire groups on social networks, and now we are demanding the removal of the entire store in the e-commerce platform. And we are just bringing the IP-related legislation to other legislation, like the legislation to protect consumers and protect the public health. We know that, for example, counterfeiting medicines is a growing problem in Brazil, also here in Europe. And about this, it's interesting and sad because we realize that when we took those actions against e-commerce platforms and social networks, and we show to the press the name of the companies, we have a level of effectiveness, 100% in most of cases. And when we omit, when we don't tell the press what are the platforms, they don't do much, they do less. So we see that image, public image is important for those companies, and it's sad that we have to show the names to the press to make our policy more effective. And this is a thing that we think must change. The platforms must take actions, proactive actions. And it's important to mention also that this week the Supreme Court of Brazil just decided that we will gonna bring more responsibility to the platforms. So nowadays in Brazil, the platforms just wait a notification or a judicial order, and will not be like this anymore. The Supreme Court is demanding proactive actions, and we believe this is very, very important. And just to mention, I mean, we had some cases that I could pick up here, but one case in particularly is very interesting because involved not only a seller, not only a social network, but an influencer. An influencer that create a store, a page on Instagram with the name Dental Without Warranty or Odontology Without Warranty. And this guy had 52,000 follows, and the majority dentistries and medicine and other professionals of health. And in this case, we not only bring down the page on Instagram and the store on an e-commerce platform, but we also gather the intelligence to the prosecutors to go to investigate this guy, and now he's facing a process that can bring not only IPR crimes, but also crimes against public health with a penalty of 20 years in jail. So we strongly believe bring together more crimes to enforce the IP-related issues. And yeah, I think that's it for my first question.
That's a very interesting legal development there. So let's now move from Brazil to the Philippines, to Brigitte Costa Villaluz. So IPO PHL has just adopted a centralized data system and the FIPS strategy. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how that is improving not just information sharing, but also legal alignment and cooperation with other countries in Asia and further afield? And what do you think other countries can learn from the Philippines' data-driven approach in fighting IP crimes?
Thank you, Dave, and good morning, colleagues and new friends. We are grateful to EUIPO for the invitation for us to share our experience in the Philippines in the cross-border challenges in the IP enforcement, including SMEs. So with respect to what you mentioned on the strategies of the Philippines, around the time that we had the PIPS was really the time when there was a pandemic, and with a country of population of 115 million, you can just imagine the amount of internet transactions that were occurring. You know, the Philippines is a country where there is trust between what you call a suki or a buyer, a loyal customer, and a seller. and without face-to-face or physical transactions. The suki, the loyal customer, would go by brands. And if you go by brands and trademarks in the digital space, and it is flooded with cheap, plenty, fast arriving goods from different countries in parcels with little control, you can just imagine how much counterfeiting and piracy occurred. So around March 2021, the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines embarked on a e-commerce memorandum of understanding with at first 12 signatories. Unlike the other approaches where there was a strong hand, IPO-Phil thought of having more of cooperation among the stakeholders. So what the MOU does is to have in place a voluntary system of notice and takedown. So easily we were able to discuss and convince the digital platforms to come on board. So we have 4. We have Lazada, we have Shopee, we have TikTok Shop, we have Zalora. And then we now have 94 rights holders and companies, and this is where it became very important because there was no discrimination on whether you are micro, small, middle enterprise. In fact, as with the EU and other countries, we are a country where the MSMEs, and that includes the micro enterprises, are the backbone of the economy. We are talking of more than 99% supported by our MSMEs. And so with this e-commerce MOU platform in place, we discussed yesterday how it is very expensive and time-consuming to litigate, to enforce. I was a litigator in enforcement before. I assumed my role as Director General of the Intellectual Property of the Philippines, and we know it can take years, even decades, until you find and arrest an infringer. And so the MOU is an equalizer because it does not matter, it does not discriminate among the signatories. So you can be a jewelry maker, a designer of bags, an artist, a musician, and in fact we have that portfolio. We have pharmaceutical companies, cosmetics. We have food, clothing, lifestyle, and with 94 signatories of brand owners, we have 9 chambers of commerce, including the European Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines and American Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines. So right now we have 107 signatories. So we believe this model is effective because the lines of communications are opened. The platforms are very cooperative. The rights holders have their focal persons where there is a direct communication. And IPO-Phil facilitates on the onboarding of the signatories, and we also facilitate and assist in the yearly review. So we believe that if we have more companies on board and more cooperation, we will have better results. As was shared earlier by Alibaba, the figures are the same. The proactive takedowns with the reporting system among the stakeholders and digital platforms are from 85% to 93% in the past year. So there is no need to file a case. There is only a need to communicate with each other. And so we hope that we continue, IPO-Phil will continue to assist and have more of the stakeholders on board to trust the system so that the suki, the loyal customer, and the sellers will again be in a system where there is trust even in the digital space.
Thanks. So now let's move from the Philippines to India. So Suvashis, FICCI obviously is dealing with a rapidly growing digital market in India. What would you say are the main challenges for IP enforcement given that rapidly growing market? And how are businesses and governments working together to address this, particularly when trying to make IP enforcement more effective across borders?
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Digitalization is taking all over the world, but India is witnessing a very, very rapid growth in digitalization, both in scale and speed. I will not overemphasize the benefits of it, but some of the negatives which are there, like someone mentioned, the kiss of death, it is too telling and very, very impactful. Now, unfortunately, the enforcement part is lagging, is not really keeping pace with it. Now, with digitalization, one can say it's an enabler of infringement, of IP infringement. Online piracy, counterfeiting, trademark violations are rampant across geographies and platforms. But what is very problematic, apart from the different jurisdictions and different IPR policies and different takedown policies across platforms, to me, I think the most important is our mindset. We somehow have this xenophobia that my IP and my property is important, is valuable, and I don't care about yours. So this thing has to go. Otherwise, it'll be the last coffin in the nail, last nail in the coffin of creativity and innovation. Slowly, it'll die down because with AI and with the kind of things that are happening, I think that is very, very important that we change our mindset somehow. And we are victimized together. We are all victims. We are all sailing in the same leaking boat. So we have to mend the boat as soon as possible. There might be differences. We have to take care of that. We have to move around that. And we have to really take a very, very holistic view of the whole thing rather than be very narrow-minded about all these things. We have to build a IP ecosystem, especially enforcement, which is based on people's policy and technology. We have to all, these things should come together. We can't just work in silos, just to talk about awareness and all that. So our effort in India and FICCI, the organization that I'm representing today, is taking a lead role in this process. So we have taken a lot of initiatives in India, and I'll just recount the most important ones. Now, these are some of the things which are enshrined in our IPR policy of 2016, and some of the other acts, not necessarily IP acts, but acts like cinematography, the Information Technology Act, the Consumers Protection Act, etc. Now, the first thing which I would like to, the effort which has been done is about IP awareness mission. Now, spreading IP awareness, it is to tell people, to tell businesses, to tell entrepreneurs that these are your property, these are your IPs, and these, you should recognize this, you should use this for your business strategy. And at the same time, when you know that it has to be enforced, you have to enforce, you have to respect others, that is foreigners or any other IP owners' rights as well. So this is the first step, which is, I think, and we are taking a whole lot of entire, we are targeting school children, college students, law students, and the whole lot. Second one is the capacity building of law enforcement. So, compared to India is a very, very big country. I was astounded by my Filipino. We are 1.5 billion. Now we have to, and somehow for law enforcement, for police, IP is still a sort of a very privileged VIP kind of a tag which is attached to it. There are other more pressing problems which they have to handle. So they have to go up the priority. So we have to somehow build their capacity for this. Now, the internal processes have also to be improved, and government is doing a lot for this. We have the e-filing portal, and you'll be surprised to know that about 100,000 patents were registered last year. There were less filings, which means the backlogs are being cleared. So this is our effort, but still we are about 1/10 of capacity of patent handlers, patent examiners compared to China. So we have still a long way to go. What is one step which we have taken is very important, it is paying a lot of dividends, is creation of special courts. And in the high courts, which are the main court of all the states, we are creating the IPR divisions. Now they are really giving a good result, not just in terms of the number of cases which they are handling, but the quality of the judgments or the orders which they are passing. Now they are very good. We have to do a lot of, this has been coming up again and again about collaboration, public-private partnership. So we have to really collaborate with the law enforcement, and we are doing it with the customs also. For example, real-time customs recordation to stop cross-border movement of counterfeit goods we have undertaken. And we are also giving support to businesses to navigate through all these, it's not a very easy to understand, but the IP field is very complicated. So this is one, and then we are promoting alternate dispute resolution within the country. And then the most important is we are having a lot of bilaterals and multilateral agreements, including the FICCI had with EUIPO recently. Now, all these are having a very salutary effect, a positive impact on our system, both in quantitative and qualitative terms. But the most important is a growing realization that we cannot act alone. We have to be proactive, like they say, and we also have to collaborate with other nations. There's a growing realization that IPR is no longer a peripheral issue. It's a very important issue, and it is central to innovation, investment, and international trust. Now, all these are very important ingredients for the India growth story. So we are, evolving, though not at the same, at the desired speed, but the direction is clear and the momentum is real. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So let's move from India to South Korea next. Sang Kon-shin. In 2025, the Korean IP system rose to the top 10 of the International IP Index of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. How would you say that international cooperation agreements and your strategic partnerships, I'm thinking in particular the EU-Korea IP Action Project, how have those projects strengthened your cross-border IP enforcement? And what key strategies do you think have been most effective in improving that cooperation?
Thank you for the question. Good morning to everybody. As you mentioned, Korea has entered the top 10 of the International IP Index for the first time. The interesting thing is we were ranked 12th for 3 years in a row, and in 2023, 11th, and finally top 10. It looks like a model student. And this progress has been driven in large part by cross-border international cooperation, but I'll talk more about international cooperation in the next round. And for now, let me highlight key strategies that I believe have worked best in Korea over the past few years. Firstly, we expanded the Special Judicial Police, or SJP's role. Korean Intellectual Property Office is quite unique. we actually have the authority to directly investigate IP crimes, which most IP offices don't. Initially, the authority was limited to trademark cases only, but since 2019, we have expanded it to include the patents, designs, and trade secrets. Our IP police work closely with both domestic and international foreign IP enforcement agencies. Thanks to their technical expertise and these interagency cooperation, they have built a strong reputation for dealing with the complex IP cases. And secondly, hottest topic yesterday in this summit, AI. We've developed the AI-based monitoring system to track down online counterfeits. This system is able to identify suspicious sellers and listings. And sometimes even when brand names are disguised and product images are modified. In 2024 alone, this system has helped to take down more than 200,000 counterfeit listings from global online platforms. And we expect better performance this year as we expand it to cover more brands in 2025. Lastly, we focus heavily on supporting SMEs. Usually many small businesses don't have their own legal teams or international offices. So it's very hard for them to respond when their IP is infringed abroad. That's why we are running 10 IP support centers in 8 countries, where SMEs can get their legal advice and enforcement supports when the IP is violated overseas. To summarize, Koreans' enforcement strategies stand on 4 pillars: strong laws, and well-trained investigators, AI-based monitoring system, and close cooperation across borders and agencies. And above all, we do this with the SMEs in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I want to go check in with the answers you've given on the Slido poll question, which was, what is the biggest barrier to effective cross-border IP management for SMEs? And we have a very clear answer here, I think, which is costs. So as we mentioned at the outset, if you're a big company, you can hire these big firms, law firms and investigators to figure out where IP infractions might be happening. You can have the legal authority legal resources to tackle it. If you're a small SME, not so much. But I see also limited enforcement capacity came second, which is, I think, also this same question of resources for SMEs, that they're just working with less resources than large companies. So Natalie, with that in mind, let me ask you some more about these tools that are available to SMEs. We're running a bit short on time, so if I can ask the panelists to keep their answers brief in this round. So we know that the EU is not only providing financial and advisory tools for SMEs, which you talked about before, but also there's strategic direction through policy. For instance, there's the EU recommendation on measures to combat counterfeiting, which was adopted last year, and that includes strong elements on IP enforcement. So how do you see that recommendation adopted last year contributing to more effective cross-border enforcement, and could it serve as a model or inspiration beyond the EU?
Thanks a lot, Dave. I think we should just have a quick look at numbers. In the EU, the IP-intensive industries account for around 47% of the EU GDP. And that is worth over 6.4 trillion euros. And I'm not even mentioning what it represents in terms of employment in the European Union. That's one thing. Now, other figures which are very important is to look at the number of counterfeited items that we seize, which only gives an indication of the state of the situation. In 2023, 152 million counterfeit items were seized in the European Union. Not only, consumer goods such as false handbags, but also dangerous goods like fake medicines, pesticides, or essential spare parts for trains and cars. So really something that can have an impact on the safety, the security, and the health of our population. So that's just to look at the scale of what we're talking about. We have adopted in 2024 this recommendation as a response to the growing, and I would call it the systemic threat that comes from counterfeit goods entering the European market. In this recommendation, we have measures to combat counterfeiting and to enhance the enforcement of IPs. So to establish in the European Union a coordinated and a comprehensive approach to IP enforcement that really tries to address the realities of today's landscape, which is digitalized and which is a global landscape. So with the recommendation, we promote cross-border data sharing, we promote public-private cooperation, we promote the use of new technologies, including AI, for smarter IP enforcement. And we also outline concrete actions and best practices for intermediaries, which are transport, payment, and social media providers, to prevent the misuse of their services by counterfeiters. And we also provide tools for SMEs, a cyber theft prevention toolkit to help them to better prevent and to better act against the cyber attacks which are targeted at their trade secrets. This is something that we have observed is increasing and very cross-border in nature. So these are very practical steps, and we are actively promoting this. So there is a concrete enforcement. Our agency, the EUIPO, plays a key role and cooperates with other agencies such as OLAF for the protection of the financial interests of the European Union, Europol, which works with the national police, the European Prosecutor's Office, and CEPOL, the European agency that provides training for law enforcement officials. So the law enforcement officials are familiarized and trained in order to focus their efforts on IP enforcement. And now to look into the international dimensions, we have this memorandum of understanding in the EU, and we have the memorandum of understanding on the sale of counterfeit goods. We have observed that it has served as a source of inspiration for other countries, like, for example, in the Philippines, and Bridget mentioned it. And we really believe that this type of instruments, which are soft law instruments, but very powerful instruments, they can really help to foster cooperation between online platforms and right holders, and we really believe that they can be adapted to the different legal and market environments. And we really promote these models actively through our international dialogues and the cooperation framework, like, for example, the IP Key Southeast Asia. And we are absolutely ready and more than willing to continue exchanging best practices and to exploring how, with this approach, we can even further strengthen our international cooperation. And of course, the context of our free trade agreements or our cooperation agreements on a global basis is the very appropriate one to promote this cooperation.
Yeah, you mentioned the free trade agreements, and of course, right now between the EU and Brazil, we have the Mercosur agreement working its way through approval. And so it's estimated that that will increase trade between Brazil and the EU by 5.1%, which is a big economic opportunity, but it could also create new opportunities for IP infringers, right? So, Andre, how is Brazil preparing to support SMEs in this evolving landscape? And do you see regional partnerships or enforcement networks playing a bigger role as we see this increase in economic activity in trade? And would you say there's a scope for a more formalized legal alignment or mutual recognition in international IP enforcement with Mercosur?
Thanks, Dave. President Lula made it very clear to his team that the agreement between EU and Mercosur is a priority, and we must be ready. Brazil knows the important role that we have in the region. We are the stronger economy in the region. So that's why right now we are working in several projects that aims to bring together the countries of Mercosur. Especially we are having a lot of support from EUIPO to talk with other Mercosur countries to establish better relations. We know that we have a lot of different perspectives in Mercosur, but we have been successful to talk with Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay about IP crimes. And of course, we have signed also, since the beginning of this administration, memorandums of understandings and agreements with other countries like Denmark and France to expand this network, especially in campaigns to the public and other perspectives of fight IPR crimes. And like I said before, we have this challenge to work together with all stakeholders in Mercosur. We have this diagnosis that not all the countries of Mercosur had forums or space where industry and public sector can exchange information, and we strongly believe this is important. So, furthermore, I think what we strongly believe and strongly incentivize the creation of other councils or committees against IP crimes in both markets with executive powers to enforce the law, at least at administrative level. We think this is very, very important, and to assist, when necessary, the work of judges and prosecutors. And another challenge, from my perspective, regarding the agreement, I think we should create a methodology to treat the data and the information that come from industry. All countries of European Union and Mercosur have, we deal with this data in different ways, and I think we can discuss together the two markets, how to deal with this information, how to advance more. So that's it.
Thanks. And I also wanted to ask you, we had a question come in from the audience on Slido. You've piqued interest with the Supreme Court case. What's the name of the Supreme Court case, the person asked? So they can look it up.
This case is about the Article 19 of a law that deals about liberty, expression liberty on internet. This law said that only with a judicial order, the platforms should remove content. From our perspective, we don't follow that. We follow the consumer's law that said that all products, piracy or counterfeiting, are illegal and unfit for the consumers. So we had this clash between legislations, and now the Supreme Court is saying very clear that the Article 19 is not constitutional. So the platforms have responsibilities, and now, I mean, we already have the majority in court. Now we have to see how they will modulate the effects. But I already know that piracy and IP crimes will be touched in the decision of the judge of the Supreme Court.
Okay, so on Article 19. Brigitte, you talked a bit about FIPS and how it's having these measures for SMEs. What specific capacity building measures does FIPS have that have proven most effective? And do you think those could be adapted by other ASEAN countries or developing countries that are facing similar IP challenges?
Yes, Dave, yeah, thank you. So we have capacity building for the MSMEs that are signatories to the MOU. But not only that, the Philippines is very active in its support of innovation and technological support offices, which are the TISC under the EUIPO, Technology and Innovation Support Centers. So right now we also have 103 in the Philippines, and these are the state colleges, universities, higher learning institutions. And early this year, the Philippines was named chair by the ASEAN for the TISC network. And the TISC network is very important because we are able to assist young students, the colleges and universities, to guide them in all their IP filings. So it is all about first protection. You identify the IP assets at school age of what you can protect, and your educators are able to assist you so that after the filings and getting the registration and protection, it does not stop there with the registration. You are also able to be assisted as a startup. And it is launched as a startup as much as we can. So I think that this is something the Philippines will share. Later on this year, we will have a TISC activity for the ASEAN with the other delegates. And it is a model that has proven very beneficial to driving the economy. Again, we start from micro and small enterprises, and we start with children at the age where they still dream and are able to see possibilities, opportunities in the world without, being tainted with all the problems that we here who are in a capacity to guide them and help build them can. So that's the contribution we feel that we can give.
Subhashis, next question for you. So earlier this year, Fiji and EUIPO, you were referring to it before, they signed this memorandum of understanding to boost the IP ecosystem for Indian SMEs. Can you tell us what steps Fiji is taking on the ground to support SMEs to make sure that actually translates to benefits for them?
Oh, okay. On the ground.
Oh, sorry, that's a question for Subhashis.
Thank you. When we are talking about SMEs in India, it's a very vast range from technology-driven modern startups to very old traditional handicrafts and cottage industries. All of them have problems, which were mentioned earlier. Resources one, not just money, it's time also. They don't have the time to pursue this. They don't understand IP, the complexities of IP and IP enforcement. FICCI, this organization, the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, has been working with SMEs for a very long time, and it is eminently suitable to deliver whatever the EUIPO programs and the other programs which come out of its collaboration with various organizations. But there are three particular, although these are, these are early days, but there are three areas in which this collaboration, this MOU with EUIPO will help. First is awareness and capacity building. Now, FICCI has been working, via the IP Facilitation Center of the Government of India. But now with this, a new IP for Business Center would roll out. Now they'll be able to, with this, they'll be able to leverage EUIPO's IP diagnostic tools, which are available in some of the Indian languages also, very, very critical for us. Then sector-specific IP playbooks can be developed and will be developed. When we talk about SMEs in India, we have violations of all sorts. For example, we have textiles, apparel and fashion. Now they are basically concerned with the nature of IP infringement is design and copying and brand misuse on global platforms. Handicrafts, similar, about GI tags are misused. Then it can be consumer goods like FMCG, is counterfeits, copycat branding. You have IT and software. You have software cloning and software piracy. Then you have auto components. So the entire range is there in SMEs, and all of them. There's no one solution which fits all. So it has to be really customized for the sector. The second area is cross-border enforcement, and in this, so far, the focus of FICCI has been domestic infringement, but now it can be taken out, and the SMEs can be provided in a very structured institutional way access to international enforcement tools, including takedown procedures. So this is one area. Then intellectual property can be incorporated in the contracts, which are WIPO, ADR clauses, so that these can be enforced without resorting to court cases abroad. Then some of these arbitration and mediation resources can be used. So in cross-border enforcement also, there's a win-win situation. And the most important is policy advocacy. Now, FICCI already has a very trusted presence in domestic as well as international forum, like Government of India and its various agencies, WIPO, Interpol, the Customs Union and trade forums, etc. Now, that can be leveraged to advocate for some kind of a mutual recognition of IP court orders of the foreign country without really going through the rigmarole of filing for another year. If, like I mentioned, if the courts are mature and sometimes they give a ruling against the government also, not in IP cases, but in other cases where a foreign entity is involved. So it's a very fair kind of a system there, and all the due process of law is followed. So if that be the case, if our court can be like this, your court is also like that. So why not have some kind of a mutual respect for each other's court's order? So this is one thing we would like to advocate, not just through the YPO, but other multilateral institutions also. And then some of the SME-friendly norms for IPR enforcement can be adopted, and also that we can collaborate with foreign IP offices for the best practices and knowledge sharing and all these. So there is there's a lot to gain, and this is just the initial days of WIPO collaboration. We want to have such collaborations with others as well.
And finally, Sankon Shin, you mentioned before the EU-Korea IP Action Project. Can you tell us a little bit more about how these types of international collaborations are allowing you to strengthen cross-border enforcement?
Thanks for the question. As I mentioned earlier, cracking down on online counterfeit across borders is one of our top priorities, and we cannot do this without strong international cooperation. So let me share some recent examples from our experience. First of all, we have strengthened our partnership with the European Union. Last year, we signed the new Korea-EU IP Action Project, which expanded our cooperation beyond just the legal frameworks like examination and trial into enforcement activities. And we've had a strong relationship with the European Chamber of Commerce in Korea, or ECCK. Whenever we carry out enforcement operations against the counterfeit of European brands, we directly coordinate with these ECCK member companies. So recently, ECCK told us that thanks to these joint efforts, counterfeit visibility in Korea on and offline has gone down significantly. And we are working closely with the large online platforms like Alibaba, Lazada, and Shopee, which are very influential in East Asia. With them, we share data on repeat infringers and ensure takedowns. Over the past 3 years, this collaboration has helped us block more than 600,000 online counterfeits. And we are building close ties with other IP offices in the region. Through high-level meetings, we exchange the best practices on stopping online counterfeit and tackling bad faith trademark filings, which remain serious challenge for cross-border enforcement. And let me share our enforcement cooperation with the foreign agencies. In 2023, we found a new form of design infringement scheme and shared the data with the Interpol. And in response, Interpol issued the first ever popular notice in IP history at the time, disseminating it to all 196 members. And just last month, we worked with the U.S. Homeland Security Office in Korea, U.S. Homeland Security Investigation Korea. They contacted us after tracking a suspect involved in shipping counterfeit to the U.S. We found that the suspect was selling large volumes of fake clothing brand through YouTube and Instagram live streaming. So we responded quickly and took joint enforcement action with them. Like this, as the global online trade continues to grow, these partnerships will become even more critical, I believe. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And thanks to all of the panelists. I think it's been really critical to be able to get this global perspective from all of you, because we can see that different parts of the world are dealing with the same IP enforcement challenges, but also with specific challenges. But I can see from the various different partnerships that we've been talking about here between all of you that we seem to be making strides in terms of this international cooperation. So thank you to all of you so much, especially those of you who traveled so far to be here. How about a round of applause for our panelists? So now we're going to take a short coffee break, and the next breakout sessions will start in 20 minutes. If you are in session 3, you'll come back here to the plenary room. That is IPR enforcement beyond trademarks. It will be chaired by Claudia Martinez Felix, the Deputy Head of Unit at the Commission DG GROW. Breakout session 4, enforcing copyright in the age of generative AI, will be chaired by Emmanuel Duchalard. It's in the other room, MC3. If you're in that room, just a quick reminder, at the end of your session, come back here immediately for the wrap-up. No break after the breakout sessions. Come back to the plenary room if you're not here already. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Alle guten, alle bösen Folgen Deine Zauber nicht diese Töne, sondern lasst uns angenehmere anstimmen und
evolving in the light of new regulatory frameworks and also in the light of new industry needs. So tell us, Claudia, a bit about the conclusions that your breakout session reached.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, for those of you that were not here, I think it's important to flag that we were indeed exploring with experts working across the fields of craft design, plant variety protection, geographical indications, and law enforcement, what are indeed the main challenges, what are indeed the main gaps. It's been a very truly interesting discussion, and even if we have differences on the nature of each of these different IP rights, because as it was very well explained, designs have actually their own IP framework, and we see it also from geographical indications, which also have specific requirements that need to be tested, also from the enforcement perspective, I mean, related to their names, links with the products, their product specifications, etc. And then the plant variety rights, which also have their own specificities when it comes to, the protection that is granted to plants, to seeds. We were hearing examples of pepper, with spicy, with onions that do not make you cry. I mean, this type of plant variety rights that would be covering these specificities of varieties. So each of them play actually a very critical role, and particularly of interest for the creative, cultural, and agricultural sectors. I think what it is also important was, I think there is a clear, message that enforcement efforts are still, lagging quite behind, also in comparison to trademarks and patents. And I would highlight at least, I would take three main challenges that have been identified. So the first one, and I think it's important to frame that many of the speakers were identifying the actors that are holding these rights as SMEs, and even solo, one artist, one farmer, one breeder. So that we're really talking about big, important sectors, but for very small players. And I think that is an important message to take away. And what it, translated is, first of all, that enforcement is too complex for these small and medium enterprises. It's too complex, it's too expensive, it's too lengthy, and that actually there is a need for more guidance. It's a need for more awareness. And I think that was one of the clear messages as well in terms of challenges, not only for designs, where that was also a very clear message. Designers are often not aware of what IP can actually bring them for them and how to actually protect their designs. But also for plant varieties rights, a big méconnaissement, as we say in French. So it's a right that needs a lot of attention because it's not so well known. And including also, of course, for GIs. So a lot of calls for additional awareness campaigns. Then, when it comes to other challenges that have been identified, I would say as well, this lack of confidence that if you engage into litigation, for example, to protect these rights, you will not have enough compensation that will also actually lead you to, engage in these what is considered lengthy processes. Finally, I would also highlight in terms of challenges, and it was mentioned particularly for crafts, the fact that many of holders, potential, actors, do only react, but they don't prevent IP infringements. And that is, I think, a very important message to take away. Now, we were looking also at possible solutions. And what is, that it is that it is being, made available currently. And I heard, for example, from the Danish association, the fact that there is in a dispute settlement panel being set up in Denmark, which is intending to facilitate for those right holders the ability of testing their claims before actually they commit to litigation. Obviously, it all relates to cost, and it's perceived as also often going to litigation is costly. But this very much links to the recommendation that the Commission had adopted last year as well, which is recommending the use of dispute settlement solutions. We have also been discussing the challenges raised by the digital sales of counterfeit plant seeds, products, crafts, and one of the elements that was raised, particularly for plant varieties, is the fact that there is more and more sales of seeds in small parcels coming from third countries, being imported into the Union, that no one is really enforcing, no one is really checking, and that because consumers are also sometimes not aware, it becomes more and more challenging for marketplaces actually having an important role, and obviously the customs and the enforcement authorities there. And how, that increased online challenge can be addressed. That was also one of the discussions, again, raising awareness. But most important also as one of the solutions that were brought also for AI, develop designs, for example, or for designs which are, just traditionally made, but might be going beyond the traditional just physical feature, being part of a systemic, for example, solution as part of a design, is to ensure, well, first of all, the remuneration. I think that was certainly an element that I'm sure my colleague Emmanuel will also discuss in the copyright table, but remuneration of designers, how to ensure that, and possibly a solution is also the use of new technologies like blockchain, so developing solutions that can allow from A to Z evident the creation of that designer or that producer, so that can actually be evidence in case of infringements. Now, I could maybe also just finish by highlighting also that from the enforcement perspective, I think one of the also takeaways is that for this type of rights, to enforce them, you actually need specific capacities, technical, and obviously even test and DNA laboratories that could then help the enforcers identify the source of that illicit product. And so strong cooperation, again, with the right holders is certainly one of the paths that we were hearing from our Italian Guardia di Finanza representative. So more training, more capacity to engage with the right holders, and more awareness as well. And with that, I think I've passed most of the messages we've heard. Thanks.
Thanks, Claudia. I think that's a particularly important message that you noted about being more reactive than proactive when it comes to IP rights, that a lot of times, I think particularly SMEs, they don't get involved in this until an infraction has occurred, until they notice some kind of violation, rather than pursuing a proactive strategy. And there's all kinds of reasons for that. As we discussed on the previous panel, costs, number one reason that makes this difficult for small companies. But even for larger companies, it could be tempting to, I think, put the proactive strategy on the sidelines. And then also, as you noted, I think a theme that's come up a lot over the past 2 days is that enforcement is too complex, but also too fragmented in a global world where we're really looking at an e-commerce system that's crossing borders. So thanks so much, Claudia, for that summary. Emmanuel, let's turn to you next. So your breakout session was dealing with a subject that has come up over and over the past 2 days, which is generative AI. I think we've talked about how AI presents opportunities and challenges. I think when people in this room are thinking about the challenges, they are thinking about generative AI, because there's all kinds of concerns about IP infractions in terms of where the AI is getting all of the things that it uses to generate the generative AI, whether it be text or through images. So tell us a little bit about what you talked about in your breakout session.
Yes, thank you.
Just want to flip up the, there you go.
Thanks. So yes, in our breakout session, we really had a very interesting and practical discussion, mainly focused on the challenges that generative AI poses to copyright content made available online. So we discussed the challenges from the point of view of the right holders, with a focus on news media and the impact on press publishers. And we also discussed, the strategies which are developed both by the right holders and the AI developers, with panelists representing OpenAI. And we also engaged in a discussion on possible solution. So to sum up a bit the discussion on the challenges, you mentioned the problem of the injection of copyright in the training of the AI model. This was clearly mentioned as a key issue by the right holders, the press publishers, but we also touched upon the possible copyright infringement in the output, which is generated by the AI application, in particular where you have AI-powered search engines, which can already give summaries or information about press article, for example, and in this case, which come in direct competition with the press publishers and also divert the traffic and could have an impact on the advertising revenues. So we had this strong concern expressed, by the representative of press publishers in terms of challenges, and also information about the action that are already taken by the right holders, because they are aware of this risk of massive copyright infringement. It's not about, identifying individual infringement, but something a bit more at scale. And for this, the right holders are already taking action to reserve their right. We have, an exception for text and data mining under the EU legal framework, which allow to do text and data mining over copyright protected content unless there is a reservation of right. So the right holders who do not want their content to be used under this exception have to take action to express this opt-out, and this is being done in practice in many different ways. And there are also action being taken by the right holders to try to negotiate licensing agreements with AI providers. However, the scale and the scope of this license is, for now, quite limited, and it concerns mainly, big media publishers, but not the long tail of all the sector. And of course, the last possible action that the right holders can take is legal action and really, bringing a case to a court for copyright infringement. But this is seen as costly and as really, the last resort action that can be taken, and that is also very difficult to take without transparency on the content which has been used on the training. On the other side, of course, we had, and this made the discussion also very interesting, the perspective of the AI developers, explaining also all the action taken up front to create some due diligence in the use of the content for the training of the model. So there is already, some action being taken to respect, for example, the reservation of right expressed by the right holders, with a particular reference to the robots.txt protocol, which is a widely used standard, although it has also been mentioned that, it is not functioning perfectly well for the purpose of expressing the reservation of right under the TDM exception. Other action taken by the AI providers that were mentioned in the discussion included also the blacklisting of certain illegal websites that should not be used in the training of the AI model, and also some checks made on the use of third-party data sets which are used in the training. Then, of course, action are also taken at the output side to mitigate the risk of infringement in the output. And this was well explained during the panel. We had also a very interesting perspective brought by speakers representing member state and the EUIPO on the role of national and EU level bodies to support this enforcement of rights. And there was a reference to the discussion that took place during the Hungarian presidency last year in the Copyright Council Working Party, where there was a broad discussion between member states on the challenges raised by generative AI. And the main outcome of this discussion was that member states are not necessarily all calling for one single solution or one strong legal intervention in this area, but they have expressed a number of concerns on the lack of clarity of the existing rules and the difficulties for the right holders to enforce their right in the current regulatory landscape. We also discussed the study that was recently published by the EUIPO on the development of generative AI from a copyright perspective, which is a very broad study including a lot of legal, technical information about this interplay between AI and copyright. And this study has been really helpful to bring some rationality in this debate, which is often very passionate, by bringing information, for example, on the existing solution for the reservation of rights. There are other solutions that robots.txt, and they can work, they are being used. So this is, for example, one of the important findings of the study, but also interesting finding regarding licensing and regarding also the role of public authorities. Now, looking a bit at the solution, this is also what we discussed in the breakout session. Of course, from the right holders' perspective, there is a need for better respect of the opt-out expressed by the right holders, stronger transparency on the content used in the training, but also on the crawlers which are used in the TDM process and in the AI training model. And in addition, also a call for stronger enforcement measures and for changes to the existing legal framework in order to introduce or to remove the safe harbor that AI providers can benefit currently under the existing rule, according to the right holder, in order to have stronger rules which can make it easier for the right holders to enforce their rights. On the AI provider side, the perspective was rather on market-based solution, so how licensing and even more broadly partnership, we discussed this distinction between licensing agreement and partnership, which bring a kind of win-win solution when there is the AI providers also bringing some new technological tools to the right holders in order to better exploit their content, and at the same time use the content of the right holders for the training, but also for the display of the content online. And finally, we also discussed the role of national authority and the role of the EUIPO in all this future scenario of better enforcement. With, for example, national authorities having a role in terms of helping the right holders to prevent the infringement, but this requires also understanding the technicalities of how GenAI works and how it affects the exercise of the right, and a possible role also for the national authorities to raise awareness about the existing challenges and the existing technical and regulatory solution. And finally, the EUIPO also mentioned the possible role that they could play, in particular the Observatory of IPR infringement, in terms of raising awareness and providing technical assistance in this area, with the upcoming launch of the Copyright Knowledge Center that the EUIPO will do at the end of the year.
Great, thanks a lot, Emmanuel. I think what's striking there is that obviously it takes a lot of money to try to pursue these things that we were talking about before, and without the transparency in terms of the scraping of the AI systems, the due diligence that's required to actually be able to find proof that your IP was used in the generative AI is so expensive at the moment, because without the transparency, that I'm sure it would discourage a lot of companies. So it'll be interesting to see how that evolves. Well, thank you to both of you for some excellent summaries and for your excellent chairing of the breakout sessions. A round of applause for Claudia and Emmanuel. You can take your seats down here. And next up, we're almost at the end of the summit, believe it or not. But before the end, we are very lucky to have some esteemed guests for closing addresses. So I'd like to welcome here to the podium first Sotirios Ananostopoulos, who is the Secretary General for Commerce and Consumer Protection at the Ministry for Development in Greece. Of course, Greece, the host of this summit, and again, this is the ministry in charge of IP enforcement in Greece.
Thank you. Esteemed colleagues, honorable guests, and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for participating to the International Intellectual Property Enforcement Summit in our beloved Athens, and to congratulate all speakers and panelists for their important and informative contributions. It is also a great honor to address you today on an issue of growing urgency and strategic importance, not only for Greece, which is the gateway to Europe for international commerce, but for the entire European Union and the global economy. I obviously refer to the protection of intellectual property rights, a fundamental pillar for innovation, fair competition, cultural expression, and economic development. In recent years, we have witnessed a sharp increase of cross-border e-commerce and digital transactions, both within borders of the European Union and with third countries, and especially China. While this trend offers unprecedented opportunities for businesses and consumers, as international commerce provides for more choice and better prices, it also presents new evolving challenges for the enforcement of IP rights. Counterfeit goods, pirated content, and unfair commercial practices are increasingly migrating to the online space, where traditional enforcement mechanisms often fall short. This is why there is a great necessity to enhance IP enforcement both at the EU level and internationally. The single digital market should not become a profitable market for IP violators. It must remain a space of trust, security, legal certainty, and fair competition, where all actors across the market enjoy a level playing field and protection of their intellectual property rights. That is our shared responsibility. One of the core priorities in this effort is the enhancement of e-commerce surveillance. Monitoring online marketplaces, social media platforms, and third-party websites is now indispensable to any effective IP enforcement strategy. Various measures are being implemented to this end. Advanced digital tools to detect suspicious activity, AI-based systems to monitor patterns of fraud, proactive takedown procedures, and partnerships with major online platforms to ensure the swift removal of infringing content. But surveillance alone is not enough. What we need, and what has proven to be the most effective approach, is a strategic framework that fosters cooperation between IP enforcement authorities and the private sector. The rights holders, the digital platforms, and the enforcement agencies must work together under shared protocols and mutual trust. Only through this partnership we can detect, prevent, and dismantle the networks behind IP crimes. It is precisely along these directions that the Interagency Market Control Unit, DIMEA, as most of you know it, has been operating since its establishment in 2020 under the political and government guidance of the Ministry of Development. DIMEA has created with a clear mandate to strengthen the Greek state's operational capacity against unfair trade practices and to protect both legitimate economic activity and consumers. Since its foundation, DIMEA has placed particular emphasis on intellectual property enforcement in the digital environment. It develops and deploys digital tools of monitoring and mapping the online market landscape. One of the most notable initiatives is the systematic monitoring of illegal e-commerce websites with a GR domain, leading to significant takedowns and prosecutions of IP infringements. Furthermore, DIMEA has become an operational hub for cooperation among multiple enforcement bodies. Since 2020, it has worked in close collaboration with the Hellenic Police, the Port Police, the Custom Authorities, regional and municipal agencies, and of course with OLAF, the European Anti-Fraud Office. This cooperation extends beyond borders and has led to coordinated joint task force operations that target the distribution chains of counterfeit products and illicit goods. Let me also underline that the contribution of IP right holders themselves has been crucial. DIMEA maintains open channels with associations representing major brands, copyright holders, and product designers. This synergy allows for identification of infringements, targeted actions, and swift responses to emerging threats. To mention some of the results that DIMEA has achieved since 2020, I would like to highlight that DIMEA has detected about 9,000 cases of infringement, administering fines of a total worth of about 16 million euros. And DIMEA has also contributed significantly to Greece's official removal from the US Trade Representative's Special 301 watch list in April 2020, strengthening the investment position and credibility of our country. Furthermore, the Ministry of Development, through the General Secretariat of Commerce, constantly strives for improving the regulations and national legislative framework regarding trademarks and IP protection. And to this end, we closely cooperate with both DIMEA and OV in order to ensure that Greece is benefited by a modern, effective, and robust framework so that our enforcement authorities can be effective on the field of ensuring conformity in the market. In conclusion, the protection of intellectual property is not a bureaucratic task. It is a strategic imperative. It safeguards innovation, supports entrepreneurship, and defends consumers in the digital era. It demands tools, though, agile institutions, above all, partnerships based on shared responsibility. Greece, through the General Secretariat of Commerce, DIMEA and OV, is actively contributing to this European and international agenda. We are committed to further strengthening our enforcement capabilities, expanding digital surveillance, and deepening our cooperation with stakeholders, public and private, national and international. So, let us work together to ensure that creativity, innovation, and fair competition are not only protected, but also rewarded here in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Next up, for our final closing address, I would like to welcome to the podium Panayotis Kanelopoulos, who is Director General of the Hellenic Industry Property Organization, OBI, the other co-organizer of this summit. OBI is the legally qualified institution in Greece for the protection of inventions, industrial designs, and trademarks.
Honorable Secretary General, Honorable Deputy Executive Director, dear Andrea, dear colleagues, esteemed guests, and partners in enforcement. As we bring this important summit to a close, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the insights, energy, and dedication all of you have brought to these 2 days of collaboration. Greece has been truly honored to host this important high-level forum here in Athens and to welcome so many distinguished participants from across Europe and beyond. This International IP Enforcement Summit has once again shown us the strength of our united front in tackling IP crime, a threat that continues to evolve, but so does our collective resolve. Intellectual property crime is not a victimless offense. It harms innovation, undermines legitimate businesses, especially our small and medium-sized companies, and increasingly poses direct threats to public health and safety. This is why we are especially pleased to see that IP crime remains firmly anchored as a priority in the EU law's enforcement agenda. IP crime has been part of the impact policy cycle priorities for 2022-2025, and impact-supported law enforcement operations have yielded impressive and meaningful results. Like now, the EU Ministers for Home Affairs adopted the new impact priorities for the 2026-2029 cycle. We are happy and reassured to see that IP crime is included as a sub-priority under the economic and financial crimes. This decision sends a strong message. The EU continues to recognize the impact of IP crime not only on the economy, but on public safety, consumer trust, and the competitiveness of our industry. We firmly believe that the impact framework plays a crucial role in mobilizing not just law enforcement, but a wide range of stakeholders across member states, working together to combat counterfeiting and piracy. One notable example of this coordinated action is Europol's option operation back in 2024, which involved active participation by Greek authorities. That operation led to the seizure of 91 million in counterfeit or dangerous food products across the EU. In Greece, the results were particularly telling. We intercepted substantial quantities of fake wines and spirits, many of which posed serious public health risks, containing hazardous substances like methanol, mercury, and toxic pesticides. Even more shocking were so-called olive oils that were in reality not olive oil at all, unfit for consumption and dangerous to human health. This is a stark reminder. IP crime is not just about protecting brands, it is about protecting lives. It's about safeguarding trust in the marketplace and defending our industries, especially SMEs, from unfair competition. Our discussions here in Athens have emphasized that enforcement must keep pace the ever-changing face of IP crime. That means working together across borders, sectors, and disciplines. From leveraging technology and data sharing to enhancing training and consumer awareness, the path forward must be holistic and coordinated. I would like to extend sincere thanks to all co-organizers, DIMEA, the European Union Intellectual Property Office, and the European Commission as well, and to every speaker and participant for making this summit such a success. Your contributions are helping to shape a safer, fairer, and more innovative Europe. Let us live here not only with new knowledge, but with a renewed purpose. Let us continue to defend intellectual property as a foundation of our economy, our culture, and our future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Director General. And this brings us to the end of the summit. Well, almost, because we now have the lunch coming up where the summit, the networking part of the summit, will continue for all of you. You can continue to talk about all the issues we've been talking about the last 2 days. Now, if you missed anything, don't worry, because the video streams of everything that's here in the plenary, not the breakout sessions, but the plenary sessions, will be online very soon on the EUIPO website and the event site. We've had more than 300 people here with us on site, and we've had just about the same amount watching us online. So actually the people here were only half of all the people who were tuning in. So we want to thank all of you, whether you joined us here in Athens or whether you joined us online for your attendance, virtual or in person, and your continued following of these issues, which I think, as we've established, are really, really critical at this important time, because we're dealing with 2 big changes. One, the spread of e-commerce, making more international shipping, making it harder to enforce IP rights, and also AI, which I don't know if we established whether it is a challenge or an opportunity here today. The jury's still out on that one, but we will see. That's going to be a fascinating area to develop. So I should also mention that the report from the summit will also be available for you all in due time, so you can go back into detail about all of the things we learned over the last 2 days. With that, I want to thank you all for your excellent attention and invite you out to the networking lunch. You know where it is, straight upstairs. Have a great rest of your day in Athens.